What is up? Welcome back to another live stream repair. We have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 HomePods waiting to get fixed, plus a couple more behind the scenes pods that need to get finished, but we've got 11 waiting to see it get done here. Let's grab the first one. Actually, we won't do that one first. Let's get a little strategic here. We are going to grab a bricked HomePod here. We've got Adrian. Let's see, we'll do NP 153 after those. Okay. Is that the right link? Yes, it is. Okay, so we just messaged Adrian. And then after Adrian's bricked pod, we've got an anonymous with no power and a death farting HomePod. Another anonymous one with no power. Okay, geez. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 anonymous no power pods. 1 anonymous death farts pod. 2 anonymous bricked pods with the blinking volume buttons, and Adam and Mike with death farts as well. We've got quite the array of issues today. So, we're going to kick things off here with Adrian's bricked pod. They had already, if I'm not mistaken, yes, they have already purchased one of our USB adapters. They attempted a restore. They got timeout waiting for NVRAM service. Unable to restore device. So that is a pretty damning error during a software restore on these. That basically means that the logic board was unable to talk to the storage chip. Let me go wash my hands really quick. I still have some marker on them and I don't want to dirty up people's HomePods. Alright. And I've got some fresh 99% ISO alcohol. I'm gonna go ahead and replace the old junk in this bottle. It's not quite 99%. Cheers. All right. Without further delay, let's get this fixed. All right, we got that pulled off nice and clean. Unfortunately, I didn't notice until I started prying, but there is a crack in the middle there. I try to point this stuff out before I start working on them, so there's no question, you know, who did it and when it happened. But we do have a crack there. I will say we didn't make that any worse getting it off, and I wonder what put it there. I'll see, I'll double check what box they shipped it in, and perhaps they used something a little too small, or the packing material was too loose and it was bouncing around. Unfortunately, we see it all the time. We even see it when people ship these in the original boxes. I've actually stopped recommending people ship them around in those because they just don't provide any better protection. In most cases, it's worse than just sticking it in a box with some newspaper or bubble wrap. It's better than nothing. It's better than shipping it in a plastic bag. But I'm kind of surprised that they don't do better. And I'm talking about the like the original white HomePod boxes. The ones that Apple sends you when you get a HomePod repair, those are really nice, because they're just a cardboard box with a foam cutout inside that's in the perfect shape of your HomePod with a little space to coil up the cable out of the way. I wish I could get my hands on a bunch of those. Okay, so here's the logic board. And we're going to try to repair this one. I could just replace it outright, but I want to try to fix it first. So we'll expose the storage chip. We'll get this all lined up. Let me grab some paper towels. So we can clean up our mess. I don't want to get my wrist in this nasty stuff here. I guess it's not going anywhere. Here we go. We've probably got a Toshiba chip on there. Yep. We're gonna turn our heat gun down to 380. And we're just gonna go at it. I gotta shake my heat gun the first time I go to use it for the day because the fan bearings are dying and getting old. Alright, we're good. Come on. Yes. Yes. Very nice. Gotta make sure everything is solidified before we drop this down and it just sticks itself back to the board, eh? Okay. I see a handful of dull pads here. It doesn't look like it on camera, but this one's gone, and this one's gone. This is quite a common one to go. I think this is the first one usually to go, from what we've been seeing. So let's get this cleaned up and put back on there. We're gonna grab some flux and just goop that all over everything to start. And then I'm gonna get my soldering iron and a little bit of solder wick, and we're gonna clean all the old junk off of this stuff here. Alright, that looks pretty good to me. Let's get the board cleaned up. Same way, just a little bit of solder wick on here. Alright, I appreciate everybody texting me, but I am a little busy. Scrub-a-dub-dub. Like a little toothbrush action for your logic board. Let me grab some Q-tips so we can clean this up. Oh no. Somebody accidentally sent me $600 instead of 60. Let me fix that really quick. Haha, nope, that's oh, no. Okay. They sent that much. They only needed to pay that much. We'll go ahead and pay them back. Okay. Dennis, you should get your money back there any second. That must have been absolutely terrifying. Sending me $600 instead of 60. fear not. Okay. We are going to grab our stencil here. This has holes cut out the same pattern as the pads on our chip here. What we do, of course, first we'll clean it up. And now that that is squeaky clean, we can line it up onto our chip. We're going to grab our little spreader. We're going to smear that paste over those holes so it leaves behind the perfect pattern of solder for us. I need better like SMD tools than this. I'm sure there's like professional level tools out there that are better than this. I'm all ears if you folks know what I'm looking for. Okay, we're gonna take our heat gun and heat up that solder paste on our chip. That's going to melt them into a neat little array of solder balls. Perfectly placed. Awesome. A little more flux. And a little bit of flux on the board too for good measure, why not? Flux makes the solder flow. And let's get back up close. I got that upside down. Needs to go this way. We're gonna line that back up as best as we can. There's no great way to do it. There we go. Fingers crossed. There we go. Just needed a tiny bit of assistance. You have to be really careful. You don't really want to push down on it. But it likes to get caught on all the capacitors and stuff sitting around it. That looks like the best attempt that we'll get out of this. I'm not too sure if the storage chip itself has died or if it was purely just that BGA issue that looked like it. We won't know until we try, and it may take more than one attempt too. We might have to pull that chip off and keep trying until it works. But if that's the case, if it doesn't work first try, we're gonna put in another already fixed and good working logic board and move on with the rest of the repairs here. Don't want to take too much time on one HomePod when we've got plenty of good working parts sitting around and too many broken HomePods waiting to get fixed here. I do save all the boards and stuff that I can't fix right then and there so that I come back to them in the future when I do have time to make myself some more parts. Fingers crossed. I'm gonna grab my USB adapter in my laptop because it might still need to be restored again. Yeah, that's still not working, I believe. Balls. Alright, I'm putting my phone on Do Not Disturb. Y'all are bothering me too much. You're very distracting. Okay. Computer. Play Celery Man. What have we got? What have we got? We're gonna pwn it. We're going to reset it, and we're going to attempt a restore. What's it got? What's it got? Waiting to enter restore mode. Nah, still dead. Waiting for NAND. All for naught. Okay. Can't say we didn't try. but let's give this a new logic board. While we've got it apart, we're going to take it apart the rest of the way and give it the hardware maintenance treatment. Alright, we'll put that in the pile of boards that we can hopefully fix one day. Here we've got a working logic board. Let's get some isopropyl alcohol under the speaker basket so when we go to pry it up in a few minutes it doesn't put up too much of a fight. Oh, come on. There we go. I just realized we didn't even put anyone else's name up on the screen. We have way more than that waiting to get fixed. Let's see here. 160, 161, 153. We've got BR162 and 183. There we go. And then we've got Mike and Adam. And then we've got 174. Okay, 158 and 174. There we go. I think that is the complete queue for today. Alright. The star of the show usually for these HomePods. We got our amplifier out. Let's turn the heat up so we can get enough to take these filters off. And let's get them replaced. These 4 capacitors here are used for DC filtering of the audio signal as it passes through the amp. They are ceramic capacitors, so they naturally decay over time. Whether they're being used or not, they go bad and lose their effectiveness at filtering DC voltage. So here that is particularly important, and they love to go bad and cause death farts and all sorts of bass issues. So we like to replace these whenever we get the opportunity. Even if they're still good, we don't trust them. We don't know how much longer they'll last. And I don't want to get this HomePod back after doing all this other work for an issue that we can prevent. Alright, those filters are good. Let's check out our Schottky diode. We do have a date code of 48K on there. This part loves to fail and cause no power for no reason other than a bad batch of these diodes being used. So if this wasn't sent in to us for death farts or the blinking volume buttons issue that it was sent in for, it would have shown up here one day for no power to get this diode replaced anyways. Alright. That should make this one happy HomePod again. We'll get it back together with a working logic board, and it shouldn't have any reason to fail again for a long time. Alright. Assuming I grabbed the logic board from the good pile. Let me go grab a couple of my other ones because I have a feeling we're going to go. Looks like it's thinking about it.
I'm having trouble connecting.
There we go.
I'm having.
Okay. We need to reset this one. Since it looks like it's still added to my test home from, well, testing, of course. But it looks like Adrian is all fixed up. So we'll put them to the side. And we will grab the next repair here, BR182. If you've figured out my naming scheme by now, you'll have guessed their problem as well. That's right, they are bricked. After this fellow, we've got NP160, so we'll go ahead and shoot them a shoot them a message so they've got plenty of time to join in. Alright, what have we got here for 162? That's right, the blinking volume buttons or simply just won't boot up even. Something is stopping it from booting up. Could be a software issue, could be a hardware issue like with Adrian's. We're going to give it the good old try here, once it tells us what it wants. Someone summons a demon in the background. Oh, is there a background noise going on that I don't hear or didn't notice? Oh, that is taking it. Oh, there we go. Okay. I was going to say it takes 60 seconds for the display to start blinking volume buttons like that. That's basically an indicator that means the display did not hear back from the logic board after 60 seconds. Let's get our screen share started. Let me put myself on Do Not Disturb so people don't dox themselves texting me all day. And cool. It's working. Avert your eyes so I can enter my password. Okay, here's how we're gonna do it. We're gonna expose that debug port, set it down on our included protector with our USB dock. let's plug in our USB cable, plug in our power, and give it a good old shot here. Pwn it, reset it, attempt to restore it. And let's see, 162, whether it needs a software restore or not, they opted for the extra hardware maintenance. So let's see what it's got. Oh, excuse me. I got plenty of sleep, I don't know why. Oh no, not another one. Waiting for Nand. She's dead, Jim. Okay. That's that for that one. Oops. Let me get my screen out of the way. And this bad boy's gonna need a new logic board as well. Let me see what I've got over here. I should have a black one.
Give it.
Give me your logic board. I am so sorry, Mr. Pod, but I need your parts. Yes. Yes. Okay. We have secured ourselves a working logic board. It's the exact same error that Adrian's had when we attempted to restore it. There is something preventing the logic board from talking to its storage chip. Either that chip physically failed or its solder connection to the board has given up. But as you saw with our attempt on Adrian's, even if we try to repair that logic board, it may not be a guarantee. So I like to try to fix 1 or 2 logic boards when we get the chance during streams, but typically with ones like that where it doesn't take the software restore and the board needs to be replaced or repaired, I like to swap it out with another one, because otherwise that makes a potentially 20 to 30 minute repair more like a potentially 40 to 50 minute repair, in addition to our attempts to the logic board not even working, and in that case we'd have to replace it anyways. takes a few tries on some of those to get them working again, and even when we do get them working again, sometimes they break again shortly after. But we'll add this to the pile. I don't know what I was trying to write there. We'll add that to the pile, and we will attempt a good old fix on it someday soon. For here now, let's get this fellow a working HomePod. And we're not just going to drop in a replacement working logic board, we're going to take this all the way. Since they're already paying for the hardware repair, we're going to take this all the way apart and do a little bit of maintenance on the inside. Just like Adrian's HomePod, we don't want to get this back for any preventable reasons if we can help it. So we're going to replace the DC filters that tend to go bad and cause death farts. That's because they're ceramic capacitors, and all ceramics will decay over time. And we'll see if it needs a new Schottky diode, if it's got the same date code as the others that we've seen failing and causing no power. We'll get that swapped out. And last but not least, the subwoofer's gasket is made of foam, so we'll replace that with solid rubber, and it'll work better than new. Looking good on the subwoofer front. Nothing smells funny there. You never know what other issues this or any HomePod may have had before it met its ultimate demise and got sent in to us. We've had plenty sent in to us for, like, no power, for example. And then we get it turning on again, and lo and behold, it had death farts beforehand and it needs a new bass speaker on top of it. Alright, filters first. Alex, what is up, what is up? You've only missed pure disappointment so far. We've struck out 2 for 2 on the 2 bricked HomePods so far. The first one we tried to reball the NAND and failed. This one we attempted a USB restore and it refused to take it for the same error as the last one. That darn storage chip in its BGA. It's funny because I saw someone on Twitter recently saying something like, oh, these days, you know, we don't have issues like that with BGA corroding and because we've got infill and better manufacturing processes, and I'm going to politely but strongly disagree with that. Exhibit A. HomePods and their NAND's BGA on their logic board. I would say roughly half of all the HomePods that have blinking volume buttons issues are software caused, and you can just restore it with a USB cable. The other half are hardware issues, and of those other half, the majority of them are going to be the BGA for that NAND chip on the logic board. That's what we've been seeing, at least. Got to be careful because our bias, you know, in our position, we may only be getting to see certain ones and not getting the full picture of what's actually out there. For example, for all we know, we only see more hardware-caused blinking volume button pods than software-caused ones, because all the people with software-caused ones have gotten one of our adapters and or made their own adapter and restored it successfully. So, of course, we won't see as many of those here. If that's the case, all right. Got some new filters on there. Let's flip it around and take a peek at our Schottky diode. We have a date code of 26K there, not the 46K or 48K that we're looking out for that causes no power. So that means this one's all good to put back together, ready to go. Oh, I had fun the other day with this massive backlog of HomePod repairs. I had a brief opportunity of about 25 of them that I had reset and added to my test home. You know, I test and reset and do what people let me do to their HomePods before I send them back, just to make sure they're fully functional and there aren't any other issues. But case in point, I had access to about 25 working HomePods in my small little studio here, and you bet I seized that opportunity to see what it sounded like to turn them all up. And boy, it was funny. I gotta tell you, it sounded awesome. It sounded phenomenal. Every square inch of the room that you stood in, the sound was exactly the same. You couldn't tell where it was coming from. It was just everywhere. And the bass was awesome. I mean, sure, 20 plus HomePods, but it was starting to sound like a SingCell Alpha to me, in terms of the bass performance out of all of them working at once. And yes, I did have them all working over AirPlay at the same time. My iPhone and my iPad were not happy about it. They were very laggy, but it worked. I can't imagine double or triple that, let alone 500. But I took a quick video of it and posted it on Twitter. I noticed that every time the bass hit, the lights in my room would dim a little bit. It's a very brief, like, but when it did, it was like it was tickling my eyes, and I was like, oh, I gotta take a video of this and share it. Unfortunately, it looked a lot better through my camera's viewfinder, and Twitter's compression did not do it any justice, and the rest is history. But if you've got a good audio system, it might do it some semblance of justice if you watched it on that. I uploaded a YouTube short, hoping the quality there would be a little better than the posting it on Twitter. It isn't really. It's a little better, but you still can't really see the lights dimming. It makes sense, because each HomePod can pull like 35 to 50 watts, with peaks even higher than that. And if you multiply that by 20, you get between 700 and 1,000 watts of power. And my whole house was horribly electrically designed. The majority of the house is on a single 15 amp breaker. So, it doesn't take much for me to give myself power issues in this house. But it was funny, people were like, there's no way it's dimming your lights. There's no way that it's pulling more than a couple of 100 watts for all of those. Blah, blah, blah. People that don't know what they're talking about, basically. Trying to look like a smartass in my replies. Good stuff, though. It sucks whenever I post like a banger tweet and it gets like thousands of likes and interactions. And I don't have Twitter Blue, so I don't make any money off it. I don't care about it though. I'd only make probably like 20 or 40 bucks off the post, huh? From what I've seen, Twitter's partner program and ad sharing, revenue sharing is pretty biased. I don't know how well it would work out for us. I also feel like I'd probably lose half of my followers if I ever paid for a blue check on Twitter. But in my opinion, if you're using a platform and you're enjoying it, and you would use the extra paid features, I don't see much of a big problem with that. I mean, there could be other reasons, like not liking the guy that runs the company and not liking the direction the company's headed. I just want my old Twitter back. All right. Let's seal it up. Okay, I believe this logic board should be already set up to my test home. So it should turn right on and complain about the Wi-Fi. We'll of course give it a factory reset. Make sure it's all up to date before we send it back to them. Let's grab the next one up. All right.
I'm having trouble connecting.
That'll be one happy HomePod for Mr. BR182. We don't want to forget to reset and update that. Let's take a look now at Princess Neverwake. Or, in other words, also known as NP160. NP160 also sent in DC161. They've got two pods here. Two different issues. Can you guess what this one is? No power. Ah! Come back. Yes. Thank God for Control Z. Alright. Steve? Yes, of course. It is always our pleasure. Thank you for joining us. Glad you could watch. And you'll hear from us after the stream on how to wrap your repair up. So we've got this one here with no power. They sticky noted which one was which to help us out here. Yes, indeed, that definitely has no power. It's got a couple of watts of power draw, which means it's not like a blown fuse. That wouldn't pull any power from the wall. This is a shorted component on the inside, and it's likely the same diode as many others. So let's get this apart and get it working better than new. Alright, fart filters first. These are ceramic capacitors used for filtering unwanted DC voltage from the audio signal before it goes from here to here. This is your DAC, your digital audio converter. This is what takes the digital signal from the logic board and converts it to an analog audio signal before it goes to our amp chip over here and gets amplified and into a usable power signal for our subwoofer speaker. It's a different amplifier dedicated for the subwoofer, and then each of the 7 tweeters has its own as well. So these death farts and bass issues and these filters going bad only affects the bass speaker. But in any case, they do go bad whether they're being used or not, since they are ceramic capacitors. So we'll replace those before they go bad and give them any other issues. Alright. Let's move on to our dead diode here, keeping this thing from turning on. And of course we've got our 48K dated diode there. The hallmark sign of a bad diode is that date code. Unlike the capacitors that we replaced, those go bad over time and whether they're being used or not. This diode in particular shouldn't be going bad in the first place, let alone really ever, unless it's doing its job protecting against reverse voltage. So these are only failing due to a quality control issue, rather, during 2 weeks worth of the manufacturing of these diodes, hence the correlation to the date code on them. Unfortunately, Apple hasn't kept track of which diode went into each HomePod, so it's not like they're going to recall every single HomePod. But at the least, we can get this replaced and it won't fail again. That should be it for this one. Let's get back together. No. It's awake. Your new name is now Princess. Yes.
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet.
Yes.
I'm having trouble.
Yes.
I'm having trouble connecting.
All right. Let's stick that in the pile to test. And let's get 161 up here. Alright, after this one, we've got another bricked HomePod. Let's shoot them a message so they've got plenty of time to join in. Where is... I should have a link for the streams. Oh, there it is. Alright, who are we messaging here? Alright, BR183 has been messaged.
I'm having trouble connecting.
Ooh. Yeah, that is an unhealthy pop. That is quite the snacking of DC offset, if you ask me. Hopefully the subwoofer took it well and it didn't have a meltdown. Let's get this apart. Drawstring came out. Never had that before. Wow, that just popped right off, huh? What did they do to you when they were putting you together, poor fella? settle down now. Ooh, settle down. Yes, the subwoofer survived. It looks good, it smells good, it feels good. No reason that it needs to be replaced. Here we are again. Let's get those filters replaced. In most cases, we're replacing these out of preventative measures. In this case, they have gone bad and they need to be replaced. It is too late for them. Thankfully, it wasn't too late for the subwoofer. Running out of good used subs in my stockpile there. I still need to find somebody that can refurbish those subwoofers for me, because it's totally doable. You just rip it apart, recoil it, and glue it back together, essentially. I mean, if it gets to it, I'll figure out how to do it myself. Alright. That's a little crooked. Oh boy, those are real crooked. Perfect. That's what we're looking for. How's our 10 ohm resistor? This usually blows up when we've got too much offset. Oh, it looks brand new. How's our Schottky diode? We've got a 42K day code there, so that's not going to fail and cause any power issues. That means this is ready to put back together. Let's see, 183, 153, Mike, Adam, 148. Oh, we're missing one from our list. There we go. Hey, that's significantly improved. All right. That sounds excellent. Let's move on to BR183 here. Get them started. Okay. NP153 is next. Let's find their info and shoot them a link to watch so they've got plenty of time to join in. Alright, we've confirmed the blinkies. Let's expose the debug port. I'll stick that down on our fancy dandy little protector so we don't scratch up the top. It is plastic, it's not glass, and it will scratch easily. We'll get our dock connected. Mac. The Mac is back. Thou shalt not see my password or my emails. Alright. Fingers crossed for this one. I want to get at least one successful software restore via USB today. That'd be really nice. We're gonna pwn it. We're gonna reset it. And we're gonna attempt the restore. We have to pwn it. We're using Gaster Pwn to put it in a state that lets us upload the custom firmware. And then we run that command that pushes it and tries to restore it. Let's see, 183, they have opted for fix it no matter what, do the hardware maintenance while you're at it. So when this is done, whether it works or not, it's coming apart. Yes. Yes, we're past the NAND stage. It looks like it's gonna work. Yes. Yes! Yeah! Let's go! Let's go! Okay. While that is going, it's gonna take probably 10 to 20 minutes at least. I'm going to put my laptop down to the side and we're going to let this continue restoring. And we are going to grab another HomePod to work on while we're waiting. I'm going to carefully set my laptop down there. It's still going, very good. I'm going to move this down a little bit. Oof. Finally. We got one that wants to restore. Well, let's take a look now at number 153 here. Is it still going? It's still going. That's going to take its sweet time. Oh, I'm using my power cable. Oh no. Let me see if I can find another one. Alright. No lights, no power, no nothing. Y'all know the drill? Here we go. How's our software restore? It's looking good. We're 30% of the way through there. Oh no. Will we finish this HomePod before that other one finishes restoring? I don't think so. It's going pretty fast. It's gonna have us very much beat. All right. Let's get the filters. The magnets in this HomePod right next to me are turning off my hot air gun. I was wondering why they wouldn't go anywhere. Alright, we got those new filters on there. How's our... oh, the restore finished. Most excellent. And my wife has just pulled into the driveway. Let me go out there and help her bring the kid in really quick. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, thank you. Alright. It looks like BR183 finished its software restore. It succeeded, and it is booted up. All it needs now is to be taken apart and getting its hardware maintenance done. Same stuff we're doing to this one with no power to prevent issues like this. Uh-oh. Why did all my stuff turn off? Lights. There we go. Alright, that's not going anywhere now. This, however, needs to get back on there. Alright, alright. Let's get this put back together, and then we'll hop back over to BR183 and get their hardware maintenance done. The sound that hot air gun makes as it spins down is just atrocious. Like it's on its last leg, and it shut down for the last time. I'm missing a squirrel? No. Oh, it was hiding. John, welcome, welcome. I don't think I've seen your name in the chat here before. SP, also welcome, welcome. This is what happens when the engineers have to work around the design instead of the other way around. Oh, it is a beautiful design though, you gotta hand them that. A circular PCB for an amplifier with screw posts to connect to the tweeters. I think it's neat. I think a little compromise here and there for the sake of form is totally acceptable. But there are no excuses for some of the decisions they made designing these. Like the amount of glue that holds them together when they have plenty of screws and gaskets to seal everything together for you. Not to mention the second gen did away with all the glue and it uses fewer screws. So it was not only possible, they proved themselves that they didn't need to glue the first gen together. Oh, dang. The drawstrings are the most fiddliest part. I'll say the drawstrings are actually tied with those 14 amplifier screws. I guess I'd rather sit here and twiddle drawstrings all day before I have to fight the amplifier screws. We're on your recommended page. I am honored. I apologize, I'm not exactly being more entertaining right now. We're quite deep into quite a large backlog of these things to get fixed. I'm hoping we can finish the rest of these up in a matter of a few hours and we can finally clear this whole queue out and be all caught up. When I'm caught up, I can usually fix about 3 to 7 of these a day, the same day they show up. But when I get 14 to 20 in a single day, well, that takes me a few days to clear out. And obviously, I can't get everyone the same day that they showed up. But I absolutely love when I can fix these things the day they show up and turn them around the next day for people. Makes them so happy. Blows their mind. That was so fast. It took you less time to fix it than it took me to drop it off at the post office. You know? That kind of stuff. Look at that. NP153 is alive and well again. Aren't HomePods like Alexas? They're a lot like Alexas. You can think of them as the Apple equivalent of an Alexa, but with a more serious take on the audio quality. And that's why we fix these things and why we've fixed thousands of them 3 years later. We're still doing it. I still think these are some of the best things that you can get for the money and the size. I love them so much, and everyone else loves them so much that they're willing to pay some stranger on the internet to fix it for them. 6 years after they were released at this point. These were made in 2018 and they're still kicking.
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet.
I'm having trouble.
I'm having trouble connect.
Aren't we all? Alright. 153, yippee. All fixed up. Let's come back over here to number 183. and it was successful in the USB software restore, so we're going to remove our USB adapter. And they have opted for the additional hardware maintenance if the software restore was successful. So let's get this apart, and essentially we're going to replace the same components that you just saw us replace in number 153 back there to prevent the same problems from happening to it. We're talking the DC filters on the amplifier that go bad and cause death farts and all sorts of bass issues. They love to go bad over time, whether they're being used or not, because they are ceramic capacitors. And all ceramic capacitors lose their effectiveness at filtering DC voltage over time. So we'll get this apart and we'll replace those so it's got good healthy bass for a long time coming. And we're also going to take a peek at the Schottky diode. Those tend to fail and cause no power. That was actually what failed in number 153. And of course many others. So if it's got the same date code that we continue to see failing, we'll get that replaced too. And last but not least, once we get all that done, we'll put this back together with a new subwoofer gasket. A nice solid rubber gasket to replace the old crappy foam one. I mean, there's nothing terribly wrong with the original foam gasket, and it probably still will work fine for many more years. But it's just one of those things. It's going to be one of the first pieces to go, and it does result in a slightly improved and tighter bass response since it's a solid rubber instead of a porous foam. Brings it much more up to spec like the second gen in terms of how the bass sounds. I think that's the biggest difference that made them, the first gen and the second gens, sound different in the bass department, because they use the exact same subwoofer. They use a different amplifier chip to power the subwoofer, but they were already pushing the first gen's subwoofer to the max in terms of power, so the better amplifier chip in the second gen is really just to be more efficient with power. It doesn't have as much to do with being able to drive more volume. They were already pushing the subs as hard as they'll go. So, but I did notice that the second gens use rubber subwoofer gaskets instead of the porous foam in the first gen. So I did a little bit of experimenting, and sure enough, you do get a slightly tighter bass response if you replace that foam with rubber. At least to my ears. I might be biased and I might be trying to listen for it, so I should really get a calibrated microphone and just do like a side-by-side comparison for folks. Drive the point home. So this basket here is glued down from the factory. That's what this isopropyl alcohol was for just a few minutes ago. It's to break that glue up and make that easy. Louis Rossman's one of my favorites. Well, he used to be one of my favorites. I don't hate the guy. He just started talking a lot more about not electronics. And you better believe me, I mean, obviously I'm all for right to repair too. But he started getting like all political and stuff. And you are perfectly entitled to your opinions, and you're entitled to do whatever you want with your business and your social medias and your opinions, but you definitely sign yourself up to lose a few people if you start spilling your beans. And like I've got all sorts of political opinions, but I'm not intelligent in any way in that department, so I try to keep my mouth shut there. Not gonna lie, kinda wish I got an iPhone. Not a huge Apple fan, but I've got a Motorola and they're kinda crap. I like Motorola's phones. I like how they do business because they sell a good phone for and I'm not saying great. I'm saying good. They are good phones for a good price, and they support right to repair. They'll sell you replacement parts. And they make they make an effort to make their phones somewhat repairable. But on the flip side, they are kind of crap too. Like they generally don't last very long. They tend to slow down rather quickly in the performance department once you start using them. And yeah. It sucks, but like if you want a premium Android phone, you kind of have to go with like Samsung or nothing. Nothing phones look really nice. I haven't had a chance to play with one in person, but there are great Android phones out there. There's just none of them that check all the boxes for me personally. iPhones don't necessarily either. They just tend to do a lot of things better. A lot of the things that I need to do better, that is. With my day job, I also have to be fairly secure, and I just feel like I have less risk doing work stuff on my iPhone than on an Android phone. I could be totally wrong, but that's just my feeling. No. What?
I'd like to cook dinner tonight.
Alright, flipping around. Let's get that Schottky diode, assuming it's got, yep, there we go, 46K date code on that diode. That's what we're looking out for. Oh yeah, I'm not even saying what Louis Rossmann was saying was like radical or crazy or anything. It just was it was starting to get rather off topic for the majority of his audience, myself included. But I remember, yeah, he basically moved out of state and went to work with that guy for that. Yeah, Fudo. Alright. That should make this one happy, long-lasting HomePod. All right. All right. We are progressing. We're getting there. Let's see what we've got. No lights, no power, no nothing. We've got 6 watts of power draw from the wall, so it's not like a blown fuse or something. Something is definitely shorted inside. Let's see, 1. Okay. Here we go. We're gonna try to get into locked in mode here. I'm getting hungry. And we still got 5 pods to fix. Well, 4 if you don't count the one we're working on now. This one's not letting go. Ah! Alright, fart filters first. These filter the farts. These remove unwanted DC voltage from the audio signal as it gets amplified and sent to the subwoofer. Since they're ceramics, they go bad over time and they will cause death farts. They will roast that bass speaker. So we will replace these before they cause problems, and then we'll flip it around and replace the dead diode. Alright, perfection. Let's get that dead diode out of here. It is, of course, dated for 6K. Alright. All right.
I'm having trouble.
All right. Beautiful. On to the next one. We've got Mike.
I'm having trouble
Ooh.
connecting.
Their base is gone entirely now. That means this is going to most likely need a new bass speaker. Let's get it apart and see what it needs. Ooh. Oh. Interesting. It should not be doing that. Something is not sealing. I wonder if that's what killed the woofer. Since it wasn't sealed, it was moving more in free air, and it might have overexerted itself. I'm expecting one of these screws to be all cattywampus too, if it was dropped and bent up. No, all of those are straight. Where's that coming from? It's coming from the power cable port. Oh, that's weird. This is gonna need a whole new shell. There's no way this would have ever been sealed. There's no way this would have ever worked right for them. Oh, you poor subwoofer. You had no chance. Ooh, that's stinky. Oh, that's stinky. Ooh. Get this off my desk. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna need a whole new shell. So what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna put this one away and we're gonna swap them out for a whole different set of parts, sans their logic board. And we're gonna do it this way because we need a new subwoofer anyways. We need a new shell to seal everything back up. So this will just be more efficient, and it's in the same condition as theirs, so it's not like we're downgrading them or anything. But we'll get this all the way torn down and do the same maintenance to it that we do with all these hardware repairs. And we'll get them a good working HomePod. Mike, welcome, welcome. You have quite the interesting issue. I've never seen a HomePod fail that way before. But for whatever reason, the factory didn't put your HomePod together correctly. And there was an air leak where the power cable plugs into the HomePod. And I'm willing to bet that the subwoofer died because of that. And I'm kind of surprised that it worked for you without any noticeable issues for this long. So we've got a good subwoofer here. Started popping and then finally went out. Okay. So it was not the air leak that killed the woofer. If you're saying it was popping before it finally gave up, then almost definitely those capacitors for filtering DC voltage went bad, and classic death farts, it roasted your subwoofer. Still strange that there was that bad of a leak in the power port. I'm gonna have to do a full teardown of that one sometime and see exactly why. There's a rubber gasket that goes around that power port on the inside of the shell. I wonder if it... I wonder if there's even one in there, if it's just like misaligned, got pinched or something. That one was really in there. Same with that one. And that one. And this one. Man, they torqued the hell out of those. Okay. So we've got ourselves a set of otherwise good parts here. let's go ahead and maintain things, and we'll put this back together. These 4 capacitors right here are what likely went bad in Mike's original HomePod and melted down that subwoofer speaker. So we're going to replace them inside of this one so the same problem doesn't happen again to them anytime soon. Perfect. I want to scoot that top one down a little bit. It's a little close. There we go. Let's flip this around. Do we need a new Schottky diode? Yes, we do. That's a 48K dated diode. That one is marked to fail. Alright, back together we go. Alright, that is nice and sealed. It should make no sounds when I push that woofer in and out. Alright. Adam! Alright. Okay,
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet.
very good.
I'm having trouble connecting.
Alright, alright. Mic is fixed. Let's bring in Adam. Adam has similar symptoms. Hopefully they still have bass. Talk to me. Come on, say something. Steezy! What is up? Welcome, welcome.
I'm having trouble connecting.
Oh, okay, good. So, this one, the bass speaker is still good, thankfully. Or at least it sounds like it. So hopefully we won't need to replace that. Yes, the pleasure's all mine, Mike. You'll hear from us later tonight after we wrap up our stream and get something to eat on how to get your HomePod back. Subwoofer still looks okay from here. Oh, that one was a hand cramper. And our subwoofer survived. First up are filters. These go bad and cause all sorts of base issues. They naturally decay over time since they are ceramic capacitors, so there's no avoiding it. There's just replacing them with new ones, and kind of like an oil change for your car. Every once in a while that filter's got to get replaced too. They age for different reasons. The ceramic capacitors, it's their crystalline structure that relaxes over time. Your car's filter just gets full of crap. But they all eventually need to be replaced. You can technically recondition them, believe it or not. You can recondition these capacitors back to factory spec just by heating them up to the Curie temperature and holding it there for a few minutes. I think it's like 10 or 20 minutes. But we don't know what quality of part Apple used here, and we don't want to mix and match. So we replace all 4 of them with brand new, good, high quality ones that, in theory, should last at least as long as the originals Apple used, but we're expecting it to be significantly longer than that. Alright. Let's flip it around and take care of some other business before it needs to be done. There's our Schottky diode, and it has a date code of 46K on it. The same date code that we consistently see failing and causing no power issues. So let's get that replaced before it happens. We're going to get a bigger, better, badder, higher quality diode on there, so unlike the capacitors that naturally decay and go bad over time, this diode should never fail. And the new one that we'll replace it with certainly shouldn't. This one, however, is a ticking time bomb. Ah, yes. Well, hello and goodbye, Steezy. Thanks for dropping by. Hope to see you again soon. Adam, what is up? Welcome, welcome. We are almost done with your HomePod, as a matter of fact.
having trouble connecting.
Ooh, that sounds a lot better.
I'm having trouble connecting to the
Yes, definitely. Well, we won't know for sure
trouble.
until we let that test overnight. They specifically asked for us not to reset or update it, so it'll be a little tricky, but I can use my USB adapter to pipe audio into it without having to reset it, and we can make sure that this still works. Here we now have NP158. We got this and one more. And then the last one. All right. What's it got for us? What's it doing? It ain't doing nothing. It's actually only pulling 2 watts of power from the wall. I don't think this is the normal shorted diode. That is too low of a power draw for the typical dead diode issue that you see here. This is more likely going to be a short somewhere on the logic board, or maybe like that prototype HomePod that we took a look at yesterday. The display is smashed up on the inside and it's not giving us any signs of life, even though internally it's probably turning on fine. But we will see here. Maybe it is the same shorted diode and it's just pulling less power than we normally see. That's also a thing. All right, first up, a known good display. Nope, exact same symptoms and power draw. Let's try a different logic board. That's what I thought. We've got something fried on the logic board. Not the first time we've seen it, but pretty rare nonetheless. Let's get my thermal camera. Oh, yes, it still has battery. We need to get these parts exposed. Okay. Let's bring this back over here. We're going to reconnect our display. Okay. Thermal camera to the rescue. What have we got? I can almost hear something. Nothing on this side. There it is. We've got 2 bright spots, actually. I have a feeling this is fine, and this is our short right here. Which one is it? Is it the bottom one? It's the one above it. Okay. We have found our short. Dennis, welcome, welcome. Glad you could make it. You've got yourself a unique repair here. Not the first time we've seen it, but it's pretty rare to see here nonetheless. See if we can't get this cap off of here. It's in a tricky spot. Might need to take one of these inductors off. Oh, we got it. Look at that. And I lost it. Where'd it go? There it is. Is it the source of our short? That is the question. No, it is not. Let's keep pulling them until we find the one. Oh. Is that it? Damn. Nope. Alright, we keep going. Oh, I think we found it. Nope, my probes lied to me. Okay, well, there's one more cap there we can try, and then we're gonna pull that IC off. That was it. It was the top one. That tiny top little capacitor was the one that was doing it. So let's get the rest of them up back on there. This is the part where you run away. Alright, we got those staged. Let's grab a parts board for a good one. Alright, here we go. Looks like that we're getting close. Oh, look at that, they all lined up. Beautiful. Yep, those aren't going anywhere. Place your bets. Yes. Yes. All right. That is working. We don't want to call it quits now, though. We did all the hard stuff, now it's time for the easy stuff. We're going to take this apart the rest of the way, and we're going to do the usual hardware maintenance to the amplifier so that this doesn't have any reason to come back to us. All right. Okay, let's get this wrapped up, and then we've got one more to fix, and that'll be one hell of a stream. That gives us just enough time to factory reset and update this one here. It was a local drop-off, and they're going to be coming by later tonight, I believe, to pick it back up. Ah, well, Dennis, you kind of outed yourself by posting in the YouTube chat with your real name, but no one's coming after you. Oh, close. If you do care, though, you can go back and delete all of your YouTube messages there, and no one will know any different. Subwoofer looks to be in good shape. That's what I thought. Here we have our DC filters. They tend to go bad over time, whether they're being used or not. They go bad, that's just the nature of them. And this will cause death farts and all sorts of bass issues, so we'll get them replaced. And then we'll flip this around and we'll see if it needs a new shock key diode to prevent the more common variant of the no power issue. What we were kind of expecting to see on this one, and not that short on the logic board. Alright. That's more like it. What do we have for our Schottky diode? 46K, of course. So had it not been for that logic board short, this HomePod would have likely come to us at some point for this diode failing. Alright. That should make this one happy, long-lasting HomePod. Alright, all that's left is to peel that plastic off. I'm just kidding. There you go. I'm going to go ahead and start the reset on this one. Actually, I want to do it with a different power cord. That one doesn't have nothing. Because I'm gonna need my I'm gonna need this black one in a minute. All right. We'll set that to the side. As soon as it's ready, I'll pull out my other phone and we'll kick off the setup process and make sure that updates without a problem. And here is the last melon. The final pod. We've got no lights, no power. That's the kind of power draw I expect to see for the usual dead diode on the amplifier board. Let's get it fixed. That was a sticky one. Ah, yes. Also, Dennis, I will text you when we're done with our stream here. Should be just another 20 to 30 minutes. That gives me time to set up your HomePod, add it to my test home, and get it up to date and reset again and ready for you to go. Unless you don't want to pick up tonight, and we can arrange something this weekend. No big deal. But either way, you'll hear from me very soon. Let's get that set up. It's done. What version is it on? 17.5. Oh boy. We'll let that configure and update. Shouldn't take too long. Screw you and your super thread locker, Apple. All right. Let's get those filters first. They love to go bad, they love to death fart, they love to roast your bass speaker. They are the ceramic capacitor. These have nothing to do with the no power issue at hand, but we see these failing often enough and being the cause of death farts and no bass that we want to stay ahead of those kinds of issues, and we know that they naturally decay over time whether they're being used or not. So this is one of those things where, yeah, you do kind of want to take the risk and replace them even if they do still work while you've got the opportunity. All right. Not all right. Not all right. All right. Let's flip it around. Let's get that dead diode out of here. We've got a 46K again over here. There we go. It's already kicking off the 18.2 update for Dennis there. Oh boy, it's a good thing this is my last one, because I'm starting to get the hunger shakes. I'm running on like 1 calorie now. I think I just burned that second to last calorie there. Yeah, we're down to 1 calorie left, and that's about it for me. I'm gonna wither away. We've been streaming for more than 4 hours solid. Legally, we have to take a break. But I will not. Don't report me to the state. Stop all the downloading. That's it. Folks, that's a perfect score for this stream, if you ask me. We got every one that we looked at fixed. Looks like Dennis's HomePod might need a little more time to update than I wanted. They can pick this up tonight if they want to update it themselves, or they can wait until probably this weekend. It'll be done by then, and if they want me to take the risk trying to update it. Usually updates are fine. They can always bring it back if it bricks itself while updating.
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet. I'm having trouble connecting.
Alright, folks. We got it all fixed up. That is all that we have for here and now.
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet.
Of course more showed up. Did you doubt that? We had 2.5 more show up today. So we'll have some stuff to work on this weekend. We've also got a BlendJet blender that somebody sent in that won't work. And we've got an iPod Classic that somebody wants modified. So we've got some pretty cool projects in store for you folks. Be sure to subscribe, and I hope to catch you all in the next one soon.